To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Someone want to volunteer to the prayer for us? You want to? You're going to do it? Yeah. Thank you.
God, we thank you for the opportunity again to come together and do the business of the county. We ask that you would give wisdom and guidance to the commissioners. They would make decisions that would benefit the county and be beneficial for all involved. We ask that you would protect the workers of our county, Lord, the emergency workers and the road workers and others that as they go about the county's business, they might be safe. We ask you to bless this county, give us your guidance in Jesus' name. Amen.
Review the minutes, make a motion, we approve them.
Second. Move a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump right into it.
Okay.
Just an update on progress and where we're at, and we've completed the building pad with the exception of the low volume exchange material. We were due to start footings last week. Marbury is our concrete subcontractor. His supplier was Gedeke. Rebar was due here last Wednesday, I think. On Tuesday, got a call from Gedeke saying that we're out of rebar, we can't get it. So we have had a slight hiccup there. It's unclear why. Everybody wants to blame COVID. I'm sure that plays a big part of it. But, he was able to get some rebar. It's not nearly enough for the job. The rest of it's due in this week, supposedly. We'll see. He's due in here in the morning to start his footing. So Victory's here today. We're starting the storm sewer, sanitary sewer, water, all that's been laid out. He's going to install all his site utilities. I'd say in a couple of weeks, they'll pretty much be done with all site utilities. As far as utility relocations, Crawcan has relocated to fiber, which is on the south side of the alley that's within the building footprint. They pulled new cable. They're doing here in the morning to splice in both ends. They're going to do that at 5 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully by the time we get here, that'll be pretty well done, or sometime tomorrow that'll be done. So that'll release all the building footings on this south side of the building, with the exception of the poles, but I think we can work around the poles. I did talk to Effigy. The redesign has been approved for the relocation to the south side of the alley. We have paid them for that work already. It's gone from their design department to their construction. It is scheduled to go on books. I talked to Chris this morning. He said it probably won't happen until the first of the year. Again, he said with COVID, all their employees are required to use vacation time if they get it, and nobody wanted to use their vacation. And he said right now we've got nothing but a skeleton crew. Everybody's trying to use their vacation up by the end of the year so they don't lose it. So, but he said right after the first of the year, they should start that work. So if we get that done, then the major utility work's out of the way, or as relocation. Shouldn't interfere with the building. We should be ready to go full blow then. So, I think there's been some emails and some different concerns about the electrical design as far as the panels meeting Effigy's requirements. I've been seeing some emails going back and forth about that. It's in Square D, the supplier's court right now. They say they meet it, so I don't know where that's at right now, but that's kind of being hashed out right now. So
Get into them larger electrical services, and they've kind of, since the merger between Kansas City Powerlight and KG&E, they've got, it's all to do with the metering, busing and all that, and they've got different requirements and specifications merging now. All these manufacturers are trying to fit their specifications into what they sell geologically. I mean, Square is obviously internationally, so, but anyway, we've struggled with that on a couple other projects.
It seemed like something like that comes up a lot, so, but, we'll work through it. We're a long ways from needing that equipment right now, so it shouldn't be an issue. We will continue to stress with our subcontractors with the trying times we're in, that you guys got to procure your materials early, so we don't get delays. That's sometimes a problem, sometimes it's not. We don't have that problem with the steel supplier. They've already purchased theirs. So structural steel wise, we're in pretty good shape, but some of these guys that are smaller, you know, it's not always easy to buy that up front, but we have made arrangements. I think you guys have allowed us to pay for stored material and things like that so that we can get purchases up front and hopefully avoid delays. So
on the rebar, what are they doing? Are they just going down around the smaller companies, or, I mean, don't they have to be?
Geddeke's a supplier out of Kansas City, and, you know, they're a pretty decent sized outfit.
Right.
You know, it seems like, you know, even locally here in town, a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't even get a 16-foot 2x4. They said hadn't had any in 6 weeks. So it's kind of hit and miss, you know, depending on what you need and where you're at. But, if Geddeke can't supply, obviously we'll pressure him to find one, but, Warren was able to reschedule the schedule, update it, and we squeezed some time out of areas we thought we had longer durations. It hasn't changed the end date yet, so we're still comfortable with that.
Do you think you're going to run into the same problem with concrete?
To be honest, I don't think so. Marbury doesn't seem to be concerned with the concrete supplier. I've never used them. I'm new to this area. I think, he'll have a better feel for that, and we've talked about it. He said, you know, right now we're not experiencing those problems, so with this concrete, but, we'll see. But
Is it John Brun? Is that the city guy here in Mount City? He'd stopped me over the last week, and he wanted to, I mean, he complimented you on keeping traffic off the road and stuff like that, so he was happy, and he appreciated you working with him.
we're more than willing to do whatever it takes to keep the streets clean and things. It's just, you know, we try and do it at intervals. You know, obviously you're going to get some, you know, it's just, you can't be out there every second of the day, but we will do our best to keep it cleaned up. And we're at the point now where we're probably going to put a fence up all the way around the project. It'd be a panel type fence, that, you know, removable panels and stuff, but with the excavation and dirt going on, it just was easier to work without it. But now we're getting to the point where we're probably going to start putting that up. So right after the first year, you'll see a fence go up.
I don't have anything else. You guys got
I don't. Thank you for
You haven't
everything.
checked you haven't got a chance to check your elevation of your utilities. Are they going to interfere with your storm piping or?
Which utility?
I think there's a water line out here.
No, I mean, as far as, elevations, no, they're here this week. They'll start storming this week. We do have, one pole. I talked to Chris about the pole down here at the end of the alley that's really close. Again, he said when the construction foreman gets here, we'll just review it with him, and he said more than likely he'll shoot the pothole every hole. We do know we're gonna hit rock in this alleyway. When Crawcan relocated their fiber, he said about 4 foot down, he hit rock all the way through there. So his poles will definitely have to go into rock, but he didn't seem concerned with that. He said we can handle that, so. But, we might get into it with some of the utilities, so, as far as, depths in rock, depending on how it varies.
Are we subsidiary, or is the rock subsidiary, or is it an extra? Rock.
Well, Warren could probably better answer that. I wasn't involved in the bidding process in the front, but I believe we have a unit price for rock established. Now, I think it has some, I don't think it's just in any instance, it's kind of considered an unknown. So I'll look into that with Warren. We did talk over with the architect about this week. If we did hit it, we're going to quantify it, and then we'll work through it with the architect as far as whether he considers it an extra or not. So we'll quantify, and Warren does have money budgeted for that, by the way. So it's not like it's going to be a surprise, but there is some money in the budget for that.
Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate it.
Have a good week. Thanks. AMR?
Good morning. Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Morning.
In the last 7 days, AMR has transported 13 patients. And for the month to date so far, we're at 43 transports. Just of note, last week there was several instances where kind of had a cluster of calls, or maybe it was a bad MVC that all the units were sent on. That the AMR Kansas City operation was able to send down a unit to actually come into the county and post and meet up with the supervisor and provide an additional unit in post. We've been doing our dispatch center with AMR has been good about looking at both systems and sending a truck to cover if Kansas City's able to spare one. And the benefit of that is they'll actually come into the county and come post in Lysine or something like that, to whereas, one of the other county mutual aids, they'll just respond from their home county. So we like to do that when we can, and that was a big advantage last week, because there were some busy clusters. On the COVID front, all my employees are healthy, and we're gathering a list of which employees would like to receive the vaccine, and working with Tisha and the health department to coordinate that.
Most of them, or, obviously that's your choice, but
I don't have a final percentage yet, but I will sometime this week. I'm kind of expecting between 50 and 75%. In the Kansas City operation, we're working with the Wyandotte County Health Department for those employees, and about 50% have signed up for it for the first round, and which will be week after Christmas. And then there's probably going to be quite a few more that'll opt to get it in the coming months that are maybe hesitant to be the first recipients in the county. And then last week I worked with Jackie to get him to help him spend some money. I was happy to help people spend money, but he had a deadline for a grant, and he purchased a couple more AEDs through us at the low price that we get to put on. I think one was going to be in a transportation vehicle, and then one was, I think, another facility for the other one. So, and then as far as staffing wise, we're doing pretty good. We still have one full-time medic who's out with a knee injury, but with just the one opening, we're having a relatively easy time filling those, because we have some staff that like to pick up extra and work overtime. And then we interviewed one part-time paramedic that lives in Miami County, in an effort to keep growing our part-time staffing pool. So that's all I have. Anything for me?
Nothing from me.
When's those supervisor trucks coming in? That supervisor truck?
Yeah. So our national fleet will purchase it the 1st of January.
Okay.
And then it'll probably be maybe a month or so for it to get outfitted with the equipment that they need to put in it, and then get it here in the county. So should be either January, February timeframe.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really looking forward to that. All right.
Anything else? Thank you. Have a good week.
Yep, you as well.
Sheriff couldn't make it today, so I'm just going to read his notes that he does every week. And the prisoner count, that was 29. Total prisoners in-house over here is 21. So leaving 9 farmed out, which 8 are in Anderson County Jail and 1's in Bourbon County Jail. So the rest are the numbers of calls for service was 283, and we'll just leave the rest of that. There's a bunch of numbers there. If somebody wants it, then they can get it online.
I've got some copies.
Okay. If somebody needs it.
Robin?
You get hard copies of that?
Good morning, Robin Spencer, Linn County Public Health Officer. We're up to 448 cases. That's 50 from last week when I reported. Estimate about 100 active. We'll have an exact number by our publication by Wednesday. 4 deaths, 3 in the hospital, and 6 clusters. As AMR said, our first allocation of the vaccine should be to us by the 24th, maybe as early as tomorrow, but they've said by the 24th. And so when Tisha returns tomorrow, we'll look at a schedule and times and get those done. By the numbers we have in AMR, we can probably do them all in one day. We're not sure when the second allocation will be, but we'll let you know either by our website, Facebook page, or here as soon as we do know that answer. We are moving next week. I want to thank all the other departments for jumping in and offering trucks, trailers, manpower. Jackie's been excellent at getting us a schedule to do that, so it's going to be a pretty quick move so that we stay able to answer the public's calls and concerns. We will be closed at the health department on the 24th and the 25th and January 1st. We'll still have somebody on call checking the new positives, answering questions. I think we're going to figure out, I talked to Chris, we're going to figure out a way to forward that hotline to either my cell phone, my work phone, or somebody's, so we can alternate, but so that it's not completely shut down for the days that we're not there or during the holidays. In the paper and also on the website, we also do have what people should do in case they're notified that they're either a positive or a contact if they can't get a hold of us.
Chris, is the phone services already transferred over to that, or will they be?
Yes, so our IT is, and the fax line will be transferred on the 28th.
Okay.
We're going to be forwarding our new cases to KDHE from the 27th to the 4th. So anybody that knows that they're either a positive case or exposed will probably be getting a call from the state instead of us through those days. We're going to still, as I said, try to be available for questions because sometimes people just want to talk to their local department, but just wanted to give somebody a heads up in case they get a call from the state instead of us. That's why, because we're trying to get moved in and ready to get back up and operational as soon as we can. Questions?
Did Tisha allow people back here in Kansas? Do they allow people back in the gyms or no? I've seen a lot of,
In the gyms?
yeah,
I believe so, yeah.
they did.
Yeah, does anybody know? I think that carpenters, yeah, they do. There might be a specific number that they can have at one time, and then, of course, the sanitation,
Right.
cleaning, but before that.
I don't have anything else for it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve our claims in the amount of $462,149.60.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Also have a cereal malt beverage license renewal for Express Fuel.
My motion to renew.
I'll second. Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Doesn't you sign the same color pen or does it matter?
Rick, do you want to take that one?
Yeah.
I need to sign it.
Okay, yeah.
Too. I have several year-end things I want to get to today, but we can do that. Give the other people.
Chris, you got anything? Come on up.
Morning, Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. I just wanted to touch base with you. I know in the news, there's been a lot of stuff about solar winds. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Just to let you know, we do not use that product. So we don't have any exposure with that, and we've been monitoring that pretty heavy. Also, just so you know, we have been watching our network flows very stringently since before the primary election. We had quite a bit of uptick from the Secretary of State's office that we needed to really monitor that close to make sure. And to date, we don't show any breaches or, data issues. We do constantly have people trying. I mean, that's just normal, happens all the time. But our firewalls are good, and our systems have held good. There has been some concern recently, some questions posed by some county staff in regards to, David, the letters that they were, from the state. Unemployment, yeah. There's been a lot of unemployment fraud, and there was some concern that that came out of our systems where they got that data. We know that it did not. We don't know where it's coming from, where they're getting that, although that information is not hard to come by online. It's simply a name, a date of birth, social security number, to start that process. Okay.
Got one on me the other day,
Okay.
Cool.
and I'm not eligible for unemployment, so life insurance pay on me. But the address that it was mailed to me, the address I had in the house on Main Street over 20 years ago.
So they're definitely stretching and getting some data, but it's not coming out of our system. And we've been monitoring countywide every facility very hard.
4 instances in our little businesses up there where there've been fraud, people. I've been turned in for unemployment.
I filed against you.
Everybody knows that I don't get it anyway.
So I just wanted to update you on that and know we're doing well right now. Okay? Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Jackie? Or Sean, does Sean have something he want to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two of you.
On the rate proposals that you talked about last week, trying to get them finalized, put it in the machine.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I've understood. I apologize for not being able to be here last week. But I understood there were some questions as to the rates. The rates that we're looking at campsites were started 5/29 of 2020. I'm recommending that we continue those rates for a couple of reasons. The first is last year we took out the long-term exemption for our park pass, which essentially, if you stay longer than 2 weeks, which would be our full-timers, that increased their yearly rate approximately $1,000 a year. We also increased our cabin rentals last year. But in both those circumstances, there were improvements made that I believe justified those increases and the failure to increase over the years. The reason I would want to continue the rates like they are divided into amenities in the campsites for a couple of reasons. One, if we flat rated everything to make it easier on the machine and the accounting, it would diminish some of the services that we provide by possibly a pop-up tent going in. If you looked at location only instead of amenities, if everything was the same rate, we would lose some of those campers to a pop-up tent being in a 50 amp site or a full service site, simply because if they paid one rate, it wouldn't matter where they went. And when that larger camper came in needing those amenities, it would probably not be available at that point. The other reason is that along with the increase from doing away with the $3 a day park pass discount last year on our full-timers, an increase like this, if we leveled it out, would increase mainly focused on those people that use the least amount of our services, those 30 amp. It would not increase those people that would use the largest amount of our services leveled out at the highest pay rate. It would put the burden back on the people that use the least amount of our services. And lastly, that I think next year I would be able to give you better information because with our FinTech machine going in, we're going to be data driven rather than guesstimations. So hopefully the next time you see me, we're going to have a little over 11 months worth of data in that machine telling us who uses our park services, what they use those services for, and how frequently they use those services. So we're going to be able to provide better information about rate changes and services and amenities that may be needed and who uses our park. I know there's been some questions about how much usage we have on our horse trails, and I can tell you personally, since I've been there, I have yet to see anybody use the RC field since I've been employed there. So I'm hoping that when we get the Ventec in and we get more data-driven information, that I can come back with some intelligent suggestions about not only rate changes, but some changes in the park that'll make the service to the community a little better. Questions for me?
We looked at the two possibilities that you brought up. We looked at scrunching the rates to try to make it more, we just couldn't come up with anything.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue over a dollar. I just did.
Well, I think.
It seemed like a simple solution, just to flat rate it across, except for the 10 area flat rated across. But if it's not, then that's fine.
I think next year, after this Ventec goes in, I think we'll be able to give better answers about, like I said, who uses, how frequently they, and I think instead of going across the board where some of our 30 amp users would be affected by a flat rate more than the people that actually use more of our services would be, I think we can give you better information.
Probably like to have like a little workshop with the commissioners starting in January about any ideas to how to improve the park services down there.
I very much think that we need to update some of the recreational outdoor activities and services that aren't being used, because there's parts of our park that are not being used anymore because things have changed. Some agreements with some clubs that were, I guess, verbal in the past need to be updated. And if those clubs are no longer using those services in those areas, we're maintaining them. And there's nothing going on there. We need to make new arrangements and get that utilization and the people back in the park.
I think there was a group, motorcycle group, Denali or somebody used to ride there, and they would gather there 200 or 300 people for a weekend or 3 days. But yeah, we need to find ways to encourage people to continue to use that park.
I would agree.
And so I'd just like to sit down for 20, 30 minutes and talk about it.
I would love to do it.
All right.
You got anything else you want to elaborate about the park while you're here?
At this point, like I said, we're looking towards some changes this year. Last year was pretty rough for this past 12 months with COVID at one point being shut down. We are seeing a lot of people come back into the park. And we are also seeing a lot of people that are using the park in a more active way since COVID came in. We're seeing a lot of first-time campers, people pulling in, fresh faces, people with brand-new campers rolling in that unfortunately need a little coaching and things about how to get their campers set up and things of that. And it's obvious we're being used by a larger group of people now because people are using outdoor activities closer to home to avoid COVID restrictions.
Do we have a Facebook page that we monitor for the park or anything like that? Any way of just social media marketing?
There is a Facebook
There
page
is?
for the park and marina.
Cool. Check it out.
Trying to put the cabin up. I know you've got a cabin purchased there, and at least the wood portion of the roughing materials.
That's pretty.
Like to get it put up, I'm sure this year, this coming year.
That would be one of the large projects that we'd like to complete and get another cabin up and running and get our shop floor back would be great. And I understand that that's one of our projects in our spring to-do list to try to get that accomplished.
The guy across the road, and this might propose all kind of liabilities, but David Vansberg is a horse guy. Anyway, he has offered 2 or 3 times to bring in his big brush cutting rig and work on the horse trails for free. Now that might create some liability issues. I don't know. I do know, like when you say RC, we're talking about the remote control airplanes and all that. And I know that those guys have maintained that for a while, and then the Park Service has maintained it. I don't know what kind of agreements we have, but I know you're looking to, if you're not gonna use it, then let's do something different.
The RC has went the way of drones and other, remote control devices. And I've spoke to one individual that helped implement that field and that agreement down there. But I don't believe there's a large base interest like there was when it was put in. And there are other outdoor activities which are going to bring questions of liability, whether a club can take that over, maintain that area, provide the insurance and things for liability in those areas. But there are other opportunities such as 3D archery and other things that would fit into that area very well.
I'm sure Gary probably worked through those.
Gary would be excited about helping out.
He did offer to do that, and every time I see him, he says something.
And you mentioned the horse trails. I talked to a couple riders, it may have been a week and a half or so ago, and they were having grave difficulty. They'd ridden in the park a few years back, and they were having a lot of difficulty finding the markings in the trails because my understanding from the original agreement, again, that this was going to be a club maintained project on the county property, and it's kind of fallen to the wayside.
Did you see anything in writing?
I have
No,
not
that's
seen,
the problem with the county, finding stuff in writing.
I have not seen
We've been
either
doing it for
agreement.
5 years now, trying to find it, so.
Yeah, and again, some people change in those clubs and things, and the people that had maintained it before or marked it each year go away, and a lot of community involvement. I know from other organizations I've been involved in it, it's harder and harder to get people involved and to volunteer time. So I understand their struggle, but if it's not going to be used, I mean, it's something that we need to look at.
Right.
I know that when I had the cabins in Pleasant, we couldn't put any signs on the highway, like the little teepee or the tent or anything like that. Is it the same way down there by Lacey? Is that still the historic byway and you can't put signs on the highway?
I think that's been relaxed and somewhat. I don't know, but I do know that Mel Gentry was in that type of business, and they had actually purchased some real estate, put up some signs, and then they couldn't. And then I understood later that there was some relaxed portion of that regulation in the state. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Is there a sign? I can't remember. I go by it every day too. Is there a sign on the way on the exit that says Linn County Park?
I'm not familiar with
On
the
the
exit, but there's an
69.
island at Valley and 152.
Yeah, I knew that.
We just put that one in. But as far as I drive it every day and I don't pay attention
I didn't
to
either.
the signage. I mean, because
I don't believe so.
I think there's a difference in the name. They have an exit sign, but we call it Linn County Park and they call
Lacey Lake.
it.
Res- Yeah, it doesn't matter what we call it. We could mention that in our Facebook.
Eliminate some confusion if we ever could get a name the same thing.
Yeah, we may be able
On
to.
that sign that you guys,
State sign.
that sign you just installed, are we allowed to put like colorful lights around it or something so people notice it, or?
We could, because that's on us. We put that up on the request of KDOT because they had some people take that exit and not be able to find the gas station. So they had called on them, and so we put that sign, we upgraded that sign when we did the exit sign. Not on KDOT, that was on us. Get out, highway, we have to go through KDOT.
And are you allowed, I tried for a long time trying to get, a little green sign right on the exit that says like an arrow that has it pointed that way. Are you allowed to put those on?
But then I think there's a big brown sign.
Oh, is there one?
But it says Lacey Lake instead.
Gotcha.
We may be able to get that changed if we need to, or add Linn County.
It has the little camping symbol.
And we could do that, yeah,
They have, I think it has it.
which is what we probably would want to do anyway.
And you know, a lot of people, you ask them using the lake at Linn, oh, yeah, well, they're automatically confuse it with Linn Valley.
I know.
It's like, oh, no, I've not been over to the Linn County Park
Yeah.
or the marina over there, none of that, I always.
Well, and I do know from speaking to the staff at Lacey City Hall, because of the way that the lake is advertised, and you mentioned social media, that we may need to look at that, because the City Hall at Lacey derives a lot of phone calls about our lake and our services that they refer over just because of the title. So,
Sounds like we're going in the right direction at least. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments. One of the things we're expecting a little bit of improvement because we've made a concerted effort to clean the place up to make it more appealing. This year, the buildings, more of the large buildings were painted. The cabins were all painted. They've been upgraded inside, so I think that's gonna help a lot. We're already getting a lot of comments that how much nicer it is. So I think we're gonna start bringing back some of the people that thought it was a little bit run down. They're gonna start coming back saying, yeah, it's a lot nicer. And I wanted to clarify, because part of the proposal was the $50 shower pass, and then please go over again the park pass.
the park pass, the big change for that is, instead of offering that discount for 14 days of $3, that you would purchase through the Vintech, you would purchase your parking with your camping. There would no longer be a yearly park pass used as a discount. It would solely be a parking or usage pass for day users. Those numbers obviously would bring down our permit sales, but it would also bring up that $3 a day in the park in revenue. But it would clear up some things that when you rent through the Vintech, you're going to be given 2 receipts, one for your campsite, one for your vehicle. Any extra vehicles aside from a vehicle and a boat would need a $3 a day parking pass. So we kind of simplified that for the sake of the Vintech machine.
Does it simplify it for the person buying the ticket?
It should be a lot simpler for people as far as their camping, if they're camping or fishing. The largest group we have now requesting passes for next year are our fishermen. They're very concerned about their parking and things of that nature. Will there be some concern about the elimination of that $3 discount for their 14 or less day stays? There may be, but I think the offset of the passes not being sold and the revenue coming in for the lack of the discount should offset each other. So.
Are we getting all this put back in our handbook for the park? I mean, is all the changes being updated in it?
Yes.
When will that be published?
We were gonna get approval on it first week of January every year.
Okay.
We're gonna bring it back up, but this was one of the pieces of the puzzle.
So you're here to ask for approval for the rates, right?
Yes.
So
I'll make a motion that we approve the rates.
can we go over the rates one more time?
Your rates for your 30 amp sites are going to be 30 amp and water, $15 a night. 50 amp and water will be 17. 50 amp water sewer, 18.
Yeah.
And then,
So you want this as stated, right, Sean?
yes,
Water, sewer, and electric, 2150.
water, sewer, and electric, at 50 amp is going to be 18. And then your camping, your overnight tent camping is going to be $9. The other big change was changing the shower pass from a parking permit to a shower pass, because we do have several people that use that, and for their $15 parking pass, we see carloads of people coming in one vehicle using services 2 and 3 times a week.
It's identical to what I gave you last week, with the exception, I made a typo on the top, 1/1/21.
That should be when it started. That's actually when these rates started, but when we're requesting them start, yes, is 1/1/21.
Can we get these posted on your social media and the county website so people so people just know
as soon as they're approved, we'll get them out on our Facebook and I'll work with Chris to get them out on the county or whomever I need
I'll
to.
second your motion.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So how has the cabins been updated? There's wireless in there now, right?
That's still in the works. What we have done is we've reskinned them, repainted them. The wireless is coming in the near future. The next big change, aside from putting in cabin 8, is we're going to have to look in the near future about the flooring that is dated. But after the flooring, between the reskinning, repainting, and refurbishing the outsides of those cabins and touching up some things as far as trim work,
What about,
vanities, and
is there a television in there or not?
no.
There's no TV?
No, when the Wi-Fi comes in, I would assume they'll be able to Wi-Fi those to devices, internet capable devices. The concern is we've put microwaves and vanities and tankless water heaters in, but we're also not trying to put in items that would be repetitively lost or damaged or stolen.
Yeah.
We have some tankless water heaters.
We have all of them now.
Yeah, but we don't have any left over, right?
We have one
Okay.
for cabin 8 ready to go in.
Yes, ma'am. You can give me a copy of the schedule and scan it in the minutes, so we've got a day or two.
I know we got a lot of other stuff to do at the park, and I went up and checked the cabins out one time. Is there a way, and I mentioned this, I know it's extra, to maybe clear out in front where you can see out from that, when you first come around, it'd be the first cabin, I think, where you could see out to the lake. I mean, is that a possibility?
We opened up an area around, it would be 4, 5, and 6 this year
On the side?
that is across. But I think the area you're talking about is in front of 1, 2, and 3, that area that leads,
Downhill? Yeah.
yes, that leads to the lake. That's something that could be done. But it's also something I would have to talk to Jackie and the North Shop to see what equipment would be necessary to get in there. And I think not only clearing out that, but making level areas for outdoor recreation would be important in the future as well. I mean, we've got some fire pits and things of that nature laid out in front of them, but some of them could use some larger flat areas for people to be around those pits.
Who's a thought?
When the grip of COVID goes away, I think the popularity of that park is going to slow.
Not unless we advertise, because now it's just, if you can find it, you're lucky. So it needs to be,
We need to look at our social media and our advertisement and working with area chamber of commerce to make sure that anyone would contact to look at things in our community has an opportunity to see the park and see the amenities in the park as well.
and economic development has some money, it used to have some money for that. So boosting through Facebook and Instagram is a great way to advertise, not just posting it, but boosting it out to recreational use people at certain age groups, and they all work.
It's a key form at this point. Word of mouth is only going to get you so many people in a local circle, but we need to attract more people into the park for those services that wouldn't otherwise know it's there.
And if we have a pamphlets, even if they're old right now, if we have some updated ones, put them into people that sell those type of units, campers and stuff, camping supplies, places out of the area. Gurnett has them, Gardner has them,
Ottawa has a
Ottawa
large,
has them, yeah. So those are just ideas that we should probably just sit down and just,
I would like to look at not only the use of the park, but the advertisement of the park, because when I first came up here, I worked a couple of years part-time there in Lacine, and I couldn't even told you the park exists before I got the
yeah,
job.
exactly.
Because it's not
People in
something,
Linn Valley didn't even know.
if you don't know about it, you don't know about it. So it's something that we need to publicize more often. And I'd also like to look at, we were unable with the COVID and things this year, but to use things more locally. I know we were just involved in a parade event that sparked a memory from working with other municipalities and entities. I'm shocked that we don't have a drive-through Christmas where we have organizations and entities take over one or more loops in our park and set up Christmas lights so that we can drive through and have seasonal events in the park. Because it's a beautiful park and it's well underused.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I don't have anything else for you.
thanks
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
I don't have a lot today. We've been doing a lot of work over there at the health department. A little bit of an update on some of the stuff we're working on. We do have a couple of issues that we're going to work on today. We met with the health department people last week to make sure we were on track with what we were doing. We do have working on a schedule for next week. We're going to have a plan for a group to go in and start taking desks apart, another group to put them together, a couple of 2 or 3 trailers. We're going to try to get it all done in one day as far as the major move. A day and a half, actually. The first day we'll move enough people to get the operation going, keep it going. I kind of requested that not requested, we're trying to not involve them. We're trying to move them while they continue to do their work. We've got the gas in, theoretically, Effigy is going to be there tomorrow to tie in the new electric system. The doors are being stained this week. We're going to start putting doorknobs and, little odds and ends, but we are going to be there. It will be done. So, had some contractors in looking at the bridge load ratings. We got them some information last week that they wanted. Like I said, the picture of the Ventec, they showed up last week and installed the machine. Now all they're waiting for is what you guys just approved that we send to them, and they do the computer program and load it into the computer. Still working on evals a little bit. I'll be working pretty hard on that the next 2 weeks, finishing mine up. That's pretty much working on the on-call engineer contract. I worked with Gary a little bit on that. That'll go out this week, requesting proposals for the on-call for the bridge engineering. And that's pretty much what we're doing. A lot going on, a lot of pieces moving everywhere. And
Did you get the 2 pieces for the road graders order?
yes,
What?
those have been ordered.
Are they, when will they come in?
Next week.
Oh.
Probably next week. I've got really short staff right now. Vacation, end of year vacation, and other issues. So we're trying to schedule it right now.
I know you got a lot of stuff going on. Is there a list of things that we need to, do we have any things that we have floating out there that we need to take care of before the end of the year? Like any road vacations or anything like that?
Not that I know of. I think we're pretty much caught up. We did look at that one road again last week.
The military one?
Off of Waddles, and that's a little bit of a nightmare, but it's kind of odd. You got Waddles comes up and hits 1,000. Then there's that old section you're talking about. Well, come to find out, we had problems with trash there last week. So the sheriff went out and contacted the people. But the really weird thing is, the county owns that. You're assuming this is a road. Or the old road. And this half is owned by the township. This half is owned by John, Susan, and Daniel.
You're talking where it goes down through the
Yeah.
creek?
Yeah, it's owned by 3 entities. Which makes it weird. It's not part of the road. This is county owned, so we're gonna fill it in, so it's not usable.
Just make it flat or something, or?
Piles of dirt so nobody can go down. And so it's not usable, and then I'm gonna contact the township, why the township owns that section of land, so they own half the road. And the landowner owns the other half.
Who owns that little tiny farmable piece that you can like literally back your piece of equipment in there and that's it? They farm it though.
Township and John Black, John and Susan Black Estate is how it's listed. And Daniel, I think. So it's a weird one. We worked on that last week.
Is that creek, I mean, is it passable right now? I know that most time there's like a bunch of soot from the creek.
And that's another reason why we probably should close it off, because it's just dangerous. But I can't do anything on the north side because we don't have any, it's been vacated. But they only vacated to the creek. The south side of it, the county owns.
And that's
So
what-
we should probably vacate that, close it off and vacate it. But I guess Andy does have something. So
Road grading going good?
relatively, like I said, really shorthanded right now.
I don't have anything else for you.
Yeah. So maybe 10-minute personnel if I could get that.
Andy?
These every week. For lot split purposes, this is at the corner of, Ferris and 400. Puser Land Holdings. Doug Pusa.
That's it.
So the lot split's legal, you can grant that, you just want us to accept the road right away,
Road and utility.
road and utilities. My motion to accept.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Agreements 2016, aye.
Did you, are you done?
Yeah.
Did you get those names to him?
The computer wasn't working this week.
Do you have the names so we can vote them in?
I do have, well,
Robin.
I need to contact one more person
How
and
about
talk to
that?
him. Will I sign you up, Rick? The Christmas dinner for the county went really well. Everyone involved did an awesome job, and I think it all went pretty smooth and was pretty awesome. I was late.
No, it was a very well put together. The girls did a good job of keeping everybody spaced out and good food, and I think everybody had,
The amount we need to pay,
yeah.
So, yeah,
30 something.
32, I think.
Are we gonna do anything beyond that? I don't know how that worked for the Dave's office, picked up the extra labor for all that, but
We probably should just do it, 150 apiece.
I think we ought to get some gift cards or something, or I don't know. We'll let Dave, we'll talk to him a little bit about, we're talking about the Christmas dinner and what a great effort that y'all put in, and I don't know how they did their time or none of that, but we wanted to.
Yeah, the time we just charged our office, and that was just normal work time for them. They were just doing that instead of things in the office, but,
Well, I know they had to go to town and get food, and probably a late day, and then probably
they
evening.
went the Friday before and during workout, she did that. So I mean, I think we're okay on the time and everything. We covered that out of the office budget.
Would you not think we ought to give them a gift card or a gratuity for
Sure, that would
the
be
extra effort?
appreciated.
So,
Okay.
I have something today, if you wanna get into it, or if you wanna get Jackie's personnel first, and then Amanda's gonna come over, she's got some of the employee policies associated with COVID she wants to talk about, because I'll let her get into that. Some of the federal regs that may be running out, and we need to know how we're doing things. We'll talk about it.
that money needs to go, was taken out of the clerk's fund, or does that go to those girls?
I need to check. I think they were talking about maybe writing your checks to First Bank card. We can check with her when she's over here, because I think they put it on Cindy's county card, and that way if we wrote it directly to that, we can send it in with the bill and it doesn't hit a county budget that way. But let's check with her when she comes over.
Where are we at on, David, on, park fund money?
I've got a report on that.
Okay.
J2, that's one of the things
Okay.
that's on my list.
And I can't remember, CARES money,
That's part of
Part of it.
part of it?
the CARES Act and the Spark Fund.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and get Jackie out of the way and then we'll,
At some point, I need a 15-minute legal section as well. Doesn't have to be right now, maybe you want to do it.
We need to do this work, because that's the one thing I'm waiting on.
Oh, you are?
Okay, well,
That's all.
I can wait. We're getting the rat right now. I went through this weekend, I looked at the balance we had left off the November report that I turned in, and at that point, we still had $760,000 left that we hadn't spent out of our Spark money. Bills we paid on the 14th and 18th was another 276,000. So that got us down to 484 that was left. I went through the stack of bills that came in last week that Katie's working on all these projects we've got going, and just a quick add through that, I saw, I believe, 361,000 in expenses there, which would knock us down to 123 that was left in the Spark funds at that point. I have not put in any figures for payroll or county equipment use for December, because I don't have those reports yet. But looking back at what we did for November and the projects they're still working on, we're probably looking at the neighborhood of 67,000 that will go out for that for December expenses. That gets it down to just 56,000 left in the account. We had talked about if we had some money left, doing a grant to the schools on a per pupil basis. However, I do have a few more bills that have come in from schools and cities, and I think it's going to use up most of that. So I don't think there's one, we're going to go through the money. I don't think there's going to be much left. There may be a few thousand we can grant to the schools at the very end of the year. But I talked to Joyce a little bit last week, because she does the public works reports where I pick up all their hours of equipment use that were used on the projects. And I told her I'd get with her today if she was gonna see if she could run me a, like, first half of December report, so I can get a better idea on that. But,
Additional, there's been money granted to the schools through the CARES Act already and all that, but we were hoping we'd have some money left over.
Right.
We could additionally, but I think that news CARE Act gonna go through today is how many billions of dollars?
$900 billion, and I
To the
have not
schools.
looked at details on that, on where it's all going. I know part of that, they were talking about stimulus checks to individuals again, of like 600 person.
Small businesses again, but I don't know that they funded any for state.
Yeah, and I don't know, I haven't looked at the details on it.
Yeah.
I can tell you where I'm at right now. There's basically a week left in this year, and I got about 3 weeks worth of work to do, so haven't kept up on all those details. But I do think, just from looking at these reports that we've done for Spark, that we're not going to have an issue getting through the money by the end of the year. We're going to use it up, and if we do have anything left, and we've already given the schools some out of it on what they asked for at the beginning too.
Sure.
But if we do have any left, we can use it as a grant to schools on per pupil to finish off.
is there any way that we can have a complete list of everything that's been paid for with amounts to who, so we can
Oh,
show it to the public?
Yeah, it's a multiple page report. I have the one I turned in November. Does it list by line every check, everything that went out? I can send that to you guys so you can see it. If we print it, it's gonna be like 4 or 5 pages wide for each line, and I think I'm up to somewhere around 1,300 lines on it now. So
We could, if it's not illegal or whatever, we could just put it on our website. Could we not, just a document, or is that something we shouldn't do?
It's an open record.
So if it's something Danny wants to do and,
Nothing in there that's confidential.
yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
There are some tax ID numbers, if I have to hide that column and do it in PDF, it couldn't be opened up, but other than that, no, there's nothing.
Be great to put out on the website is what I would suggest.
Yeah, and I'm just not talking like, you know, like Pleasance and USD 344 got this much. That's
Yeah,
kind of,
actually, the summary page,
That would probably work.
I have a copy of that here. This is one I've marked up, but it lists, direct county expenditures, so there's no detail on the county expenses on that, but then it gets into transfers, and it shows the school districts, a couple of cities, SCK Mental Health, and then it's got programs below that, so that's things like the tower project, the commission audio project, the health department, and it shows how much was spent on each
Do you
one.
think-
So all that could be picked up just off that summary page. It just wouldn't get into details on that of, you know, like,
Normally, we just ask people to file for it, right? Ask for it.
Yeah,
Document.
I think, but putting that one page out probably is a smart idea.
Yeah.
and the one I have now, it goes through what I reported for November, so it doesn't have any December expenses on it yet, which is some of what I was writing in the margin over here to bring over today.
Right.
But,
And if people want to request the whole thing.
They could.
yeah, and like I said, the only thing I could see on there that would be private at all, is there are some tax ID numbers that we wouldn't want to get out, but if somebody was requesting it, I could hide that column and then PDF the whole thing, and that way they wouldn't be able to open it up and see what that column had.
Right. Okay.
I don't think there's really any action by you guys at the moment on it. Just kind of along with that, Chris, jump in if you got anything else to add. Because Chris has been working with me on trying to get all these things wrapped up and turning bills in. And Jackie's given me a bunch of stuff lately. But just looking at the year end, so we'll get all that wrapped up. Just other year-end things coming up. We've got, I have about 7 resolutions that we typically do at the end of the year that I need to get ready for next week. Some of that will be setting the pay scale for next year, which that's something I want to talk about today. We'll get into some more things too. But designating our holidays, our banks, just all those normal year-end things we've got to do. But like I say, I do have some information on all that. I want to spend a little time going through some of the things with you today. Of course, next Monday is our last scheduled meeting of the year. New Year's Eve is a Thursday next week. I really think with the push we're in to get all this stuff done, I will probably need my office to do a special pay that day to wrap a few things up. So we may want to have a quick meeting to approve some bills, or possibly if bills are the only thing we're worried about, we might be able to do that by email or call or something after notifying.
I think we did it last couple of times.
But I would expect that we're gonna need that, and I'm gonna talk to you about purchase orders and transfers today, and I've got amounts down, but Jackie and I have not had time to look at stuff for public works yet, so there may be some of those that we need to talk about next week and wrap up with that meeting too.
Okay.
all right. Do you want to
Do this good.
executive session? Gary, you needed 10 minutes legal?
No, he needs more.
Oh, 15-minute legal? Jackie's 10 personnel.
10.
Anybody else? I'll make a motion. We get an executive session with Jackie for 10 minutes in personnel, and then followed by Gary with 15-minute legal. That's my motion.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Probably be ready for Manny to come on over after that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna skip on the license thing because sheriff's not here and can't ask for it, so we'll just move that to next week for them.
It's hard. Don't worry about it.
You need the recorder to turn off? Maybe it all, no, I'm just.
Shut up.
I gotta use the restroom. I'm waiting for my, Gary.
Sold. Shit, they already had sold. Sold the house in 10 acres. Well, I sold them at 40, we had a house. And when they lost it, they lost their 80 back. I don't know if they lost that or not. I know they bought it at 60. Who bought that? People that, same people that tried to do it in the field.
We did have a little bit of action, right? We did have a little bit of action, right?
Yeah, you've got this, contract from, Champ Software for the, program that the health department is purchasing. And their, first year of this comes out as part of funds. And, the contract is the total with the, training and the software itself is $44,165. It's a 5-year commitment, but you can get out of any time on 45 days. So
Is it 40, is it that much a year?
it'll be almost that much a year. The training, it'll be about 40,500 a year. They're at.
Yeah,
This is what we talked about last week or the week before, right?
I think
it is.
What Chris and it's the one they have to have before the end of the year, or before the end of the year. Is that the same one?
yeah, it's part of the spark stuff, so it has to be. But only this first year it's covered by Spark. It'll be, if they stay with it, which I'm sure they'll need to, they need this kind of program, my understanding. If they stay with this, then this will be an annual cost of about $40,000.
So in one of the lines, and it says the annual subscription of the application and support is $40,385. And the amount includes a 40% rural discount will be honored for up to 5 years. And the fee is for 7 name licenses. So, and then they've included the amount of $44,165 because $383,780 of that is for training. So that'll be my motion to approve the software for Champ Software for the health department in the amount of $44,165 on an annual renewal of $40,000 for the next 5 years.
I'll second that motion.
First year coming out of Spark funds. That's my motion.
I'll second. Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So will we have to renew? It's a 5 year. So as a county, do we need to come in and approve it each year, or no? Or is it?
What'll happen next year, for example, they'll send the bill for the renewal, and it'll just be covered in your bills, unless you make a determination at some point you want to cancel it. And then we have to say give 45 days notice. then of course you have to come up with some kind of a software, record software to replace it if you do that.
David? Mike, you want to look at it?
No, that's.
Do you have anything else?
I'm trying to find out if Doug wants to move forward on this roofing contract today or not. I'm trying to, I thought he'd be here, but
Okay.
There's another spot here.
Oh.
so I'm texting
County Health Department, but I mean, I think that would be, Gary, I'm sorry, one of the pages here in the signature line says Linn County Health Department.
Yeah, that's it.
Assigned to that too, right?
I didn't spell my last name wrong.
Gary, I'm gonna get a copy of it before I, you make me a copy too for my file. I can make one.
You want me to hang on to this original then and take care of that?
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. And then, because what's in the original land, then you and I each want to keep that.
Where were we at? What were we just talking about?
I'm just texting Doug and saying.
Oh, Doug, yeah.
We need to, do that roof contract today if you want to next week.
So, we'll go ahead and
That's all I got.
move on with,
Transfer purchase order request, I've got an amount in there for that contract.
you wanted to come back to that? We'll go to Jessica or man. Go ahead, Jessica. You want to step up?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I've got a few things to talk about this morning. First of all, we have a CDBG grant to approve. We've got two different checks. It'll be two different checks. The first one is going to Nation Goods. We're awarding them $5,000. They have turned in all of their documentation. We do need to do an agreement with them about so that they can't double dip. I neglected to send that to Gary. So we can sign that next week and it won't hold this up at all. That's just for our files. But I have that, and then we are also going to give Handwritten Hair Studio another $676.36. They were our first grantee. They did a partial payment the first time, so this is another partial payment.
They're in Prescott.
Yes, 676.36. So I need
What was the amount on that?
676.36 for Handwritten Hair and 5,000 for Nation Goods.
I'll make a motion that we approve the CBDG grants for Nation Goods for $5,000 and Hair Renton Studios.
Handwritten Hair.
Renton Studios
Handwritten Hair Studio, yes.
for $676.36.
Okay.
You get a second on it?
Yeah, you'll get a second. You're over there reading emails or let's vote.
Did.
Aye.
Did you second?
Yeah.
All right.
I've been done for a week.
I didn't hear you.
Sign here.
Right here?
A lot of times on the economic development stuff, I try to take a passive
Oh, okay.
position on it because it's kind of like double dipping.
What is it, 21st?
But you know that, don't you? As a commissioner, I try to take a passive position being on that board.
This, rookie contract, young ass. I drafted the contract, but he hasn't had a chance to see it yet. He asked if you would authorize him to sign it after he's read it and go through it.
Fine.
The price is,
Which company is he going with?
the Ayler, that's
Okay.
the second higher bid. I entertain a motion. $177,340 is the total. That includes the basic bid plus the, gutter covers for the leaf.
You with us?
Yeah.
I'll make that motion that we do that contract with, what's the name of it? A-Alert,
And authorize Doug to sign.
and authorizing Doug Bartlett to sign it.
I'll second. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
I've been abstaining from that.
Okay,
All right.
we
You're
also.
back in.
Okay,
Okay.
we also, awarded 2 continuing education grants, the $250 each. One went to Allison Hamilton, the other one went to Jessica Cox. Allison Hamilton is for a bondsman license, and Jessica Cox is for the Museum Pro certificate. She's the curator at Trading Post.
Hey, who knows about these 2 little grants? I mean, is there other money available for grants like that?
I've got one more for this year, and then it'll start over again next year.
Is it on the website?
I think it is.
Is it
It's on Facebook.
Can we
Yeah.
verify that, please?
Yeah. I think all my grants are out there, but I'm not sure. I'll double check. I have a question about posting on Facebook. I had a business that's based in Miami County contact me. They're looking for, they're hiring. They want me to post on my Facebook page that they're hiring. They do service in Linn County, and it would benefit Linn County residents if they were to gain employment there, but I don't know. I kind of need a judgment call because they're not based in Linn County.
I don't know why it would matter to me.
Okay.
That's just me. I don't know about them.
Would they do the same for us?
Okay. Okay.
Go there to do business.
We reciprocate a lot of different things with mine.
Right. Well, yes. I wanted to make sure everybody was okay with it before I
So
did
now
that.
that we know we're okay with it, who is it?
It's waste management.
Okay.
I am going to start a shop local campaign on the Facebook page. I would like to start the first one this week. I'm going to do kind of a drawing. People can submit their receipts to me within a certain date range for local businesses, and then I'm going to do a random drawing for gift cards from local businesses to promote people to shop in the county. And I would like to do probably one a month. So I'm going to start that this week and hopefully get the first one handed out before the end of the year. I also want to talk about the Economic Development Committee. Right now, Mike is on the committee. He is about to come off the commission. He was on my committee before he was a commissioner. I would like to keep him on the committee. He's a great asset to me. He's representing the west side of the county. He's our only representative from the west side of the county. He knows all about building buildings and repairing, well, or maybe not repairing, I don't know, utilities and that kind of thing. But I want to get you guys' opinion. He would like to stay on. And I've talked to Gary a little bit. He said that the Economic Development Committee was not designed to have a commissioner on it, and that was just kind of we kind of grandfathered Mike in. Is that right? Did I understand that right?
It's not required that there be.
Okay. Okay.
That's never been part of the structure.
Okay.
It was designed. Mike was on the committee before he became a commissioner. He agreed to stay on the committee.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that he's going on as commissioner wouldn't have any automatic impact
On the committee.
And as you stood on the years, as you've been a commissioner, you stood on you didn't have a voting part of that anyway. You always abstained, as I understand.
Passive position, and what I'm going to tell you about that is, I tried not to shape the conversations or anything.
Right.
Kind of like double dipping. It's an advisory committee to the commission, and they come in, you get to make a final decision. Well, I took it as more as an educational thing as I did to try and, if there was a quorum there, I didn't vote. I just stayed there. Or I might have some insight on infrastructure or land acquisitions or things like that, part of the dialogue, but I never ever voted unless there wasn't a quorum. and then I would vote pass. But it was really kind of a hindrance or like a double dipping, like Gary was saying. It was one of those deals. I'm not there to shape the economic development, so we can bring it to the commission and therefore shape how the county is moving forward. That's not. I was on that board for, I want to say, 12 to 15 years before I got on the commission, and we never let it become a real issue unless you just didn't have a quorum.
Right.
I've not been as well as the last few months for doing or showing up to the meeting with everything that's going on. But anyway, we're trying to catch them up.
Sure.
Whatever you want to do,
But you've never asked for members before. You guys just took care of your own membership because it's
So
a different type of committee.
The way we've done it is my committee, when we have an opening, my committee discusses possible candidates.
Right.
I talk to the candidate to see if they're interested, and then my committee recommends them to you, and you appoint them.
I don't ever remember that.
We did with Janelle Ost and Brianna Laver since I've been on.
and probably Hightower.
That was before me.
Excuse me.
D-Guard.
That was before me
Yeah,
too.
I don't remember those. Anyway, I don't have a problem with it.
With Mike staying.
But I do have a problem with, there will be a commissioner on that board. So I will have a problem with that if we're saying, I understand we don't have to. It's not required, but I want one on it. So I think
Okay, then I need, then we,
once the new commissioner comes on board, we'll vote for a name to sit on that economic development board. That's the way I'd like to do that. In
Okay.
this case,
okay, so I'll bring it up again in January.
please do.
Okay.
And no, if we want to vote on whether he stays, I'm all for it. I think it's a great thing. I think the stuff that is valuable that Mike has to offer to the community is a benefit to our economic. I mean, he's the knowledge that he's got on building and everything else is a benefit to us.
Okay.
I'm just saying that the commissioner side.
So
the
you
commissioners
would like
sit.
to add a seat?
What's that?
So you would like to add a seat on the committee?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't believe the commissioner should have a part in it, but he should know.
So you're suggesting creating a position that is a non-voting position?
Absolutely.
that
Okay.
the commissioner would fill on that committee?
That's,
Quite frankly, it always could have done it, but if there was two going to go be at the meeting, we had to.
I haven't met.
Meeting.
Yeah, I would like to know what's going on in the community or Danny or
Sure.
Jim.
So do you have a specific term that the people are on there, like
No.
still got some left, or is it just?
They're on until they
4 years.
resign.
So it really, I mean, it doesn't take any action on Mike's position.
Yeah,
No.
I have no problem with it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I had intention to do some little more traveling, so I mean, I'll be staying active part, but I will be gone some, so.
But if you want to create this, if you want to officially create a new position, we might take a look at your bylaws.
Yeah, figure it out.
Okay. Okay.
The other option is just to assign one of the commissioners to attend and observe and report back. But that would not be an official position.
Right.
I'd like it to be official.
Okay. Okay, so we'll look at the bylaws and then bring it back up in January. That's all I have for today. Do you guys have anything for me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Hello. I'm Amanda Snyder with the clerk's office, and I'm here just to talk to you a little bit about some of the benefits that were available to our employees through the CARES Act that are going to be expiring on the 31st, and just seeing if you have any interest in extending them to our employees. So with the CARES Act, they had a mandate in there that if we had an employee who had COVID, had a family member that had COVID and they were quarantined, if there was a school closure and parents needed to stay home with their children, that we were required to pay them up to 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave. So this was sick time outside of their sick bank that we were to give them. So that expires December 31st. And from what research I've done, it has not been extended. I don't know if it will be, but I just wanted to see if that was something that you felt that you wanted to extend. As of today, we've had 36 employees utilize this, whether it be the full 80 hours or a partial. I just didn't know where you stood on it, because after the 31st, if somebody becomes ill or becomes quarantined, it will be on them to cover that quarantine time.
And David, as far as you know, if we wanted to extend it and there's no new bill signed, it comes out of our funds, right?
Yeah, the cost will just be on us unless something new comes through that we're not aware of.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but we got CARES Act money for that, right?
No.
No, we didn't. We
No, because
continued on with it.
we're a public entity. We didn't. Yeah, some private companies, they received some tax credits for that, but as a public entity, we did not. So.
I would be in favor. We know that we have approximately at least 10 people, 10 different individuals being affected by it right now.
If it is something you want to move forward with, I didn't know if you wanted to put, a time limit on it, for the next 3 months, for the next 4 months. And are we resetting with the calendar year? So, maybe people who had it early this year, maybe they get quarantined again, or maybe they were quarantined for an exposure and then they actually become ill in the new year. Do you want those hours to reset so it's available to them, or is it a one time you used it, you're done?
Why can't you come with an easy question?
Right? I'm trying to take this all in.
Sorry.
I mean, you can get quarantined several times. You get back to work and bang, somebody,
Yeah.
it's, I don't know. It's definitely.
Let us think about it for a week.
Okay.
Next Monday.
Could you let me know on Monday?
On Monday.
Yep. So we have something in place.
Andy's in charge of answering that question.
So
Any other big questions?
am I right to say you guys are agreeing with extending it? You just don't know how you want to do it yet, or do you want to not even make a decision until?
Can we just do it next Monday, or will that kill you?
That's going to be on one of Amanda's.
No, I mean, as long as I know next Monday, just so we know how to, accommodate people who are becoming ill.
Okay,
Okay. That's all I have.
that's it.
Yep. See, I wasn't too
Hey,
bad.
thanks for everything you did on the party.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great.
Who do we owe and how much?
You know how much.
130 some bucks.
Did you bring it over? I think it's 132.
132 is, but were you wanting them to make it out to First Bank Card?
Yeah, if you make it out to First Bank Card, that's our credit
That's it.
card company. We'll just send it directly to them instead of depositing it into one of our accounts and then moving it around later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we still got about 5 minutes before we can start the budget hearing.
This isn't county business, but I would say at least give $50 gift card each. So we all come up an extra 33 plus the,
But you don't want to write that out. You just want to get the gift cards, right?
well, you better task somebody to do it. Yeah, I don't know if you want me to do that,
Okay, I
but
do.
we'll task somebody to do it. You go to town twice a day. You get spare time.
I do, yeah. It's a break though, see.
That's all you
Christmas
do.
break.
Right back.
Christmas break, I can't go up there.
So do we want to, have you got anything else before I get into more of my stuff that we need to talk about, or?
Bring it on.
So kind of a couple of parts to the things I want to bring up. One is concerning cost of living and merit increases. The other part is purchase orders and transfers for the end of the year. We not just do is get approval to go ahead and instate the 1% cost of living that was budgeted for, and merit increases as requested, as long as they are according to county policy. Does that make sense?
It does
And
to
then if
me.
there's some that are off a little, I can come back and talk to you about individuals. So,
Because we always, I think our policy is, no more than 2 sips.
Yeah, there's got to be some justification.
And
before
justification.
that. And like I say, what I've glanced through them so far, I think everyone is doing a pretty good job of that this year. So if that is okay, that would let us go ahead and get payroll set up, because we've got a payroll that actually pays on the 1st of January coming up.
Okay.
So,
Good way to start the year.
27 pay periods next year instead of 26 because of the way those dates fall. So Amanda was wanting to go ahead and get set up where we can have all that information in and ready to go for that first payroll next week.
So read what you got and I'll make the motion.
So I didn't get it all typed out, but here's what I had in my head anyway, was to approve the 1% cost of living allowance that was budgeted for 21 and merit increases as requested by the departments, provided they fall under county policy or they follow county policies.
That'll be my motion.
Linn, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and we're still a hair early for budget, so,
Anything else?
I have some purchase order and transfer requests. Jackie and I are gonna try to get together later this afternoon to talk about anything for Public Works departments. Here's just a list I worked up this weekend or this morning. Things that I've got so far. Rural fire, the first one on the list on the purchase orders is the amount of that roofing project. So Doug wanted to go ahead and do a purchase order for that so it can come out of this year's funds. And then
55 and a 20, it's not the entire amount, right?
the 177,340 is the roofing project. And then the right side of that page is transfers, and he would like to transfer another 55,000 to special fire. And actually what he asked me for was to transfer what's left, and I have to look at cash and budget and what we projected to carry over, and 55 would still keep him within the projected carryover. The next line item I had on there was also from Doug, Emergency Management. He would like to transfer 25,000 to equipment reserve. Pam has some equipment that she's working on getting ordered, and she'd like to transfer 5,000 to cover the cost of that equipment. District Court, there's 4 lines there for them. Lori came over and talked to me the other day. The judge over their area, and I think it's coming from the state, are advising them to put money away to prepare for jury trials next year. Well, I don't really have a fund set up that we can save money in for something like that, but I told her if you did some purchase orders for other expenses, then that would free up some of the budget next year that could be used for that purpose, and she was okay with doing that. So what she would like to do is transfer those amounts. The first 3 are $6,000 each to the contract attorneys, and that would cover 2 months of their services. And that's the ones who I believe are appointed to defend people that we have to pay for. And then she also has one called an attorney named Alsobrook.
Have you talked to, Burton about that?
No.
This is conflict attorney. I'm not sure if this is is this with the contract attorneys that have a conflict? This is the guy who handles those?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then Burton will have to roll it. If it's a conflict attorney that handles stuff when he has a conflict, he would have to roll it.
Okay.
I'm not sure which it is. If he maybe listening now, maybe he'll text and tell us.
Okay. So I'm, like I said, those were just things that Lori requested from me to put in there. And I'll just keep going down the list there, and then we need some more discussion on some of them we can. Janet would like to have 9,000 that she has left in her budget on a purchase order for postage. And then I put in $300,000 for insurance claims. That's one where we have to budget every year for the maximum claims that we could pay out. We've actually had a good year so far on claims, and we've got that left. So I'd like to purchase order that into next year to help pay for claims in 2021. Then the last thing I had with a dollar amount there was from the appraiser's budget. I put that one on in case you wanted to do it. They typically will transfer some money into reappraisal to save it for vehicle or computer software, things that may come up in the future. That's similar to an equipment reserve fund, but it's one specifically for the appraiser's office. And with the situation that we've had in the appraiser's office this year, there's quite a bit of money left in that budget. So I thought it might be a good time to transfer a little over into that fund just to save it. And then I had question mark there on public works, and Jack and I are going to get together and talk about those. Part of this budget amendment that's coming up, and we're actually at the time where we could do that at any point now too, is amending the road and bridge budget and some others. So we can do that, and Jack and I can get together and talk about whatever POs or transfers might be needed. So with that, questions, comments, things you guys would like to see?
Do we have any pending road and bridge, FEMA money or anything like that, just still waiting, or?
No, it's all come in and it's gone to cash. We also, I haven't seen the one for Pepperkey, that'll go there as well.
And that goes to the clerk, that will not go back to feed that budget, is that correct?
It will go into that fund as cash, but unless the budget's amended, you can't spend the cash. But it helps build up, and actually, if we have more cash carryover than we'd planned, then that helps the levy the following year when we do budgets, or frees it up to use for other things. So, I mean, it's a good thing to carry over more cash than you'd planned, but like I say, we'll get into that with this budget hearing on where we're at on those budgets too. Getting a message here too. Let me see what this one is. That's Pam telling me she may have the invoice in for the equipment she was wanting to get, so we might not need to transfer. I'd be okay, and that would be another understanding with this. We're still getting bills in to pay at the end of the year. Some of these numbers could change by year end in case we get a big bill in a department we're not expecting. They may not have the money left to do a purchase order or transfer. So what I'm really looking for today is if you're willing to approve these with the understanding that I might have to adjust the amounts by next week sometime. So say I'm willing to answer any questions you've got on any of these if you'd, or comments, or whether or not you want to do them. That's going to be your decision, but.
I don't really have any questions on it. I mean, I know we do it every year. We need to do it. Can he adjust it? We give him that authorization if he needs to adjust, because you're not really spending, you're just rolling it over.
Well, there are two different. You're authorizing to spend out of this year's budget money after the first of the year. That doesn't mean you have to spend it.
No.
You can put it in.
Right.
So that if for some reason it's not needed, you don't have to. Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just did it better.
And the ones that are transfers, like they would go special fire equipment reserve reappraisal. Again, those are things they'd be set aside in those funds, but in order for that money to be spent, that department would then have to come talk to you about spending money out of that fund. It's not an automatic expense on those. It just saves the money. The purchase orders, they're actually made out to a company for a specific amount, and that's the only thing it can be used for.
Do we have to make a motion on this?
I think we should, to get it in the record.
So these are, let me get this right. educate me here. So these are just amounts that's transferred from this year over to next year.
Yeah, there's,
It's gonna be paid this year at least. or-
There's two different things on.
there's two parts to that. There's a purchase order total on there that's the 506,340, and then there's a transfer total of 95,000.
What do you got on your computer as a motion, or you already wrote something in?
I haven't written one out yet, but
What you'd be doing is approving the purchase orders that David has made out, plus approving the transfers that he's made
yeah.
out.
And the transfer amount is 506.
No,
No, the
No.
transfer is the 95,000.
yeah. The bottom.
All right, so the, transfer is 95,000 and the purchase ahead is 506,340.
Right.
Motion.
But do you need something added on to that? If you need to make an
Well, like I
adjustment?
say, approved, and I guess just with the understanding that amounts might need to be adjusted, because I won't know till I get all the bills in for the year if we have.
I assume that if you have to adjust the amounts, you'll come back.
Well, yeah, so I guess if you just want to approve, and then I can come tell you if I come up next week and I get a big bill for or this week for employee benefits, and we have to spend 100,000 on claims I didn't expect this week, then I'm going to come back and tell you I can only do 200,000.
And you'll just do another motion changing that purchase order.
So I don't, Danny, you were kind of asking though, I mean,
I think I got it.
More
I
explanation
understand
is
it now, yeah.
okay.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I will go ahead and get those things ready to go. The other thing I had on there for you is a budget amendment hearing. It was published for 11 o'clock and we're after 11, so we're okay on that. We just really couldn't start it before 11 o'clock. So actually, most of what's on this is COVID related this year. Imagine that. I have a published notice of budget hearing for an amendment on 3 funds. The first one was the Road and Bridge Fund. None of these amendments affect tax money, tax dollars coming in. They do not change the amount of tax we can collect. What happens is if we've got a fund that's going over budget and we have cash in there to account for that overage, we can amend the budget to allow us to spend that money. So for Road and Bridge, my proposed amendment would go from $3,833,830 to $4,282,545. It does not mean you have to spend all that money, but it gives us the authority to. The Road and Bridge budget without expenses for this last half of the month was about $60,000 under budget. They may not even need this amendment, but it makes it safer. Where most of that money came from is that FEMA reimbursement we got in, and some reimbursement from Spark funds that we've transferred in there. So the cash is there. I'm just trying to free that up in case we need to spend it. The second one I have on there is the Health Department. Their adopted budget for this year was $253,077. And theirs is directly related to COVID. We've hired extra people. We've had a lot of extra expenses there. So my proposal is to amend that one to $408,577. That still leaves them with the carryover they need at the end of the year. They are already over budget. So we have no choice but to amend that budget or we'll have a budget violation. And then the third line I had on there is the Spark/CARES Act fund. That fund did not exist in our budgets a year ago. And we received $1,971,536 from the federal government through the state to us. So this is just giving us the authority to spend that money this year. So that's the 3 that I put on there. The other funds were still in good shape. Actually, some of them were coming out better than I thought they would this year. General fund's in good shape. Employee benefits looking great. So overall, it hasn't been a bad year on the budgets. It's just a couple of these funds are running more than where we wanted them to. So I guess I've already gone through and explained what I've got in here, but in order to approve this, you need to have a public hearing. So I would need the chair to open a public hearing and ask for public comment on these amendments.
So at this time, we just ask for public comment on this hearing. Anybody? All right, close.
Okay, so if there's no comment, and then you close the hearing, and then at that point, I would need a motion to approve the 2020 budget amendment as presented. Just before you do that, is that, everybody's clear about what we're doing, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'll make sure it's clear before we do it.
So is the Road and Bridge Health Department and the Spark Care, right?
Yes.
But the Spark Care didn't exist, so we're just adding it, right?
Yeah, that's in, and you guys will get this to sign here in a minute. I didn't make extra copies of it. But there are 3 columns that show on this. The first column is amount of tax that was levied. So for the Spark, that's 0, and that stays at 0 because we didn't levy any tax. The second one was the adopted 2020 expenditures. And in the case of the Sparks, that's 0 because we didn't adopt any expenditures for that when we approved the 2020 budget, which happened in August of 2019. And then the third column is the proposed amended amount of expenditures, and that's where I put in the 1.9 million that we received this year.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And you said there's a violation. What happens if we don't do it? It's a violation? What?
Well, if we have a budget violation, first of all, we get written up by the auditors and get a bad report from them. Depending on how hard-handed the state wanted to be, they could come back and say that we spent money without being authorized to do it. And I don't know if there's any fines associated with that, but it is not a good thing. I mean, anything we spend as a county has to be in our budget. And this is keeping us out of budget trouble by amending them because we know we're spending this money.
You didn't get you got one. You need to vote. Okay.
I've got,
Motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
so
I thought we already did.
So if you guys could sign over here on the governing body lines. I know it could be bad things and it might affect future help from the state on other things if we had budget violations and if you wanted to go out and do a bond rating. Yeah.
And you're gonna send this to us, you said?
I can send you a copy, yes.
Yeah, you could, just my email.
Basically giving you spending authority on a moving target, the road budget, the cash, the COVID, we got.
Yeah, and it's not unusual for us to have to amend budgets. I mean, probably more years than not, we'll amend a fund or two.
Because we almost always have revenue come in that we didn't anticipate. And the only way you can spend any of that revenue, even if you have to spend it, the only way you can do so is to amend.
Yeah. And that's
It's a cleanup process for the audit.
and this is, like I said, when we approve budgets, the 2020 budget was approved in August of 2019. So at that point, we're estimating what we think we have to spend. Now we're, a year and a half later, and we're seeing on most cases, we were well within those estimates, but on these, we needed to be able to spend a little more. And you also have to have the cash available to be able to amend and do this. So like with the health department, that's a big jump on theirs for this year. But we've had the cash come in to cover it that allowed us to spend it out of there. It's an accounting deal for the end of the year.
There was some reserves in the health department, but not to account for a COVID situation, and of course, a lot of it's equipment reserves and.
Yeah, health department actually has a health department equipment fund of their own that we've had $20,000 setting in for years and have never had to use it, but it's available if we need some equipment for the health department that's outside of their regular budget. All right, so I think that takes care of the things I needed today. It's gonna be a very busy couple of weeks trying to get all this year end wrapped up and these reports ready to go. My next report back to the Spark committee is not due until sometime in January. And that's the one where I'll wrap up all our expenses, but I can get you guys a copy of what we turned in through November's expenses, so you can see that where it splits out. You know, what went to the schools, what went to the cities, projects. And I'll be working on the next report as soon as I get time to get back in there and work on it.
It really helped to put $2 million in your lap and say, here, keep track of this and spend it in 90 days.
It's been interesting to try to get all that reporting done.
They didn't give an extension on that whenever that didn't look like an CARES Act that's going through today.
Yeah, as I say, I hadn't even looked through what they were passing, but that was the hope the whole time was that they were going to extend the deadlines on that. Of course, we were worried about getting some of our projects done in time to be able to spend it, but I think Public Works has worked a lot on that, IT, health, and we're going to be okay. We get ours done before we can spend it. So, and if we didn't get those funds used up by the end of the year and they didn't extend anything, then we would have to pay them back. So it's not like it would hurt us. It's not coming out of our tax dollars. It's coming out of my personal tax dollars, your personal tax dollars, where all that money came from to begin with. But it's not county tax levies that funded that.
You got anything else, David?
I think that does it for me.
Gary?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, Elizabeth Maxwell for,
Area on Aging.
thank you, has purchased a little over 100 iPads through a government fund. She has 60 of them left for the 7 counties. If we want any of those, we need to ask for them, but they have to have their own internet. So I don't know if any of our congregate meal sites that's currently open have that available to them. But I'm just letting you know it's there. If not, then they'll remain with Area on Aging until we find a home for them.
See, I think we did get wireless set up at least some of the sites, if not most of them. As for iPads connecting, I don't think it would be probably hard for them to connect using the public password. It's not the type of computers we use for county business, but they should be able to connect to a network.
I'm certain now that Prescott's closed, I'm certain that they all have. I know Blue Mound has it. And when Chris took it into the fire stations, the different road places.
I'm going to forward you the email.
Took it to the community buildings too.
Did we ever talk to her about site change there in Pleasanton?
Thanks, so we're gonna.
She's going to be gone, so it's not worth really talking to her about it.
She got 1 or 2 weeks left.
Yeah.
She's gone.
Yeah.
Leslie Ruckers.
Leslie will do it. She's found all kinds of additional grants for that company, so that's good.
I did have a message from Chris earlier when you were talking about the contract for the health department software. He says that cost includes the first 5 years of maintenance, and then it's $7,000 and some odd dollars a year after that.
I sent it to you, Jackie.
So do we need to get a new motion on the table for that?
You moved to approve the contract, so I mean, I think.
So
And that sounds closer to what I thought it was supposed to be. And glancing through that, I'm with Gary. It wasn't real clear the way it was stated in there to me that that's what it was.
we might want to, reach out to them before you send them that approved contract. Because I don't think that's written the way he just described.
Was it?
Okay.
I thought when they came at us first, it was like 66,000 or 67. Was that not right?
For what?
For the health department software?
Like, total 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, that would be consistent with what Chris was saying.
I thought that's what they said last time.
Yeah. Another message from Chris right now. Blue Mound, Centerville, Parker, Mound City all have Wi-Fi seniors.
Thank you, Chris.
But David, we'll need somebody get with the company and make sure that I don't have a copy of that contract, so be sure you remember sending one.
Right.
On 12/7, it said 44,165, so.
Yeah, and that's the number that's in here for a total. See, that was 12/7 when we did that.
Yeah, that's when we talked about it.
Yeah, and that was the note I had in the minutes from 12/7 said the price includes the annual subscription fees for 5 years. So that was definitely what we were intending on approving, so I'll check on that before it goes out.
It didn't look to me like that, but
The 67 amount you were talking about, that was the van.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. And that's, Jackie, that van, it's coming pretty soon, right? I mean, didn't we,
The what now?
that van?
Yes, this is a matter of following them,
Oh, cool.
putting the rack on.
Let's see.
Oh, no, I don't have anything else then.
You got anything?
The Christmas meal went off, it was great. I mean, it was good for Robin to work with everybody. There was different groups in different rooms that had audio and television, and we kept everybody well separated. So as we've learned, that there's a COVID exposure where you start bringing down entire organizations instead of just groups of people. So anyway, it was a well thought out, well put together thing, and I appreciate it. Back to that, I think, do we owe anything for the facility? Should we make a donation to the church? I know in the past, but
We did already cut a check from the county for the church for $100. They did not require a rental fee, and neither did the church we'd been using here, but we'd been doing $100.
And that was the First Baptist, is that what it's called? Or the Baptist Church out in Mountain City? They did really welcomed us and really appreciate the facility. It's a beautiful facility.
pull up 400 chairs.
Yeah.
Reestablish them. They had a funeral the next day, a large funeral. We helped with that, but there was a lot of time spent and all that.
Well, and Joe and another gentleman that works with the church that were there to help with the audio and video and everything that.
Yeah, they did great.
It went over great, and I know except we got that covered, and we talked about maybe, it seemed to me like the cost of $135.
Yeah, 132, I think is what they said.
And we were gonna do $100. I'll take care of get them each $50 gratuity for the extra effort they put in, because I know there was a bunch. That's probably not near enough, but we historically have done that to whomever put all that work into that. I'll take care of that, and I'll go ahead and put the $70 toward the bank. If you guys will just do the 170 and do your part in, and that way we all have $170 in it. I'll go ahead and take care of the gift cards, give them to Dave, or the gift part of it.
Okay, so we're, instead of 132, we're doing 170, and that'll cover.
Well, the 35 each for the $100 gratuity for the.
that way you can just write one check to the credit card company.
I'll do 70, you guys do 170, and I'll pick up the two $100 or the two $50. We'll all have $170 in it. That work?
Perfect.
Got everybody taken care of, we'll clean up that little. bit of
$170 to First Bank card, right?
bill.
Yeah.
I'll do 70 and get the $100 thing.
So we're getting ready to end the year, start, Mike's getting ready to leave, and I want to get you down for and I asked you a couple weeks ago, the boards that you set on, so we can start getting replacements. Either one of us three needs to replace some of these boards.
The RC&D board meets in Ottawa. They haven't met for most of the year because I think it's a quarterly meeting now or bi-monthly meeting. But we reduced the meeting amounts a year or so ago. So anyway, we had a tough time getting people there. Anybody can set the board, doesn't necessarily have to be a commissioner. There's several commissioners on. There's several people that are appointed. The LEPC committee, I believe, is a commissioner appointed.
What was it?
Local Emergency Preparedness Committee.
They haven't done that this year hardly at all either, right? 'Cause of COVID.
We have done it a time or two, but that's Mr. Bartlett, of course, is the emergency prepared, and of course, they've got a president, a vice president, a secretary, and all that. And those guys kind of are able to use some of their county time to keep track of that. So you'll need a commissioner to set that board. Inside the RC&D, there's the Reptarian Forest, the Feeding the Hungry, the Adopt a Bike. There's a lot of really good programs there. Don Stottlemyre leads that.
Right.
He's a coordinator, and there used to be a lot of state money there, but it's been pulled back. They used to actually hire a coordinator like they do the RC&D. Sanitation, it's kind of like a sister. They used to be all together, and they divided it into two different groups. So anyway, those committees, those subcommittees are really inside of that, and of course, economic development.
Is there another one you sit on? So 3 of them to think about, Jim, is Economic Development, the RC&D Board, and the LAPC. You sit on the Criminal Juvenile. You sit on that board. What else do you sit on?
I think that one's it. Or I'm a backup for the sewer one. What's the? Yeah.
Which is a sister to the RC&D.
Okay.
Now, you've got on our list back here, we've got the District 3 Fire Board appointment, we've been struggling with for over a year, advertised, it passed. Anyway, and then we got the Southeast Kansas Mental Health Board appointment.
But they usually come to us and say who they want appointed. They already usually ask. I mean, they have the last couple times. I can't think of the last.
Those are open seats that are on our list back here. Of course, we've got.
Yeah, the mental health would be the one Don resigned from, and we've still got Stephanie Nichols, I believe, on there.
That's the last one we appoint
Yeah, but we've got,
at the request of the guy that comes every year, the director.
but the spot we've got open now is the one Don Prophet resigned from.
So there's 2 more board appointments that are open.
That's the mental health.
It's on your last, behind that sheet right there.
And it's not a commissioner appointment, is it?
Oh, yeah.
No, you guys
No.
appoint someone to their board, and probably, I mean, I think it would be good if they haven't come up with anyone, if you guys get some ideas, that we have some discussion with them before you just appoint somebody.
Yeah.
We put it in the paper a few times and still haven't got any reaction.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Quickly,
Nobody's going to volunteer.
quickly down this list, as Jack has submitted some opinions about our sewer policy for Centerville, District 1 sewer policy. I read through them. I didn't have any issues with his concerns. He's obviously the operator of record. He took it over, I don't know, I had it for a while and he took it on. So anyway, of course, the building code, that'll be part of your clump planning and cascading from that. So Health Department facility is about to be able to get scratched off your list, I think, if you don't want to, but the Pleasanton Mill site we talked about today, I don't know where you're gonna land that at, but that church is not a great.
Pleasant's on board with it, and now I think we're just kind of waiting for Area on Aging to allow us to be able to. Right? I mean, I think that's where we're at.
Yeah. We just need to get an agreement with Pleasanton because I don't want to get into it and then all of a sudden.
Well, logistically, right now with the COVID going on.
You're not, yeah.
It's like we don't want to bring them and bring everybody else and the most vulnerable group we have into it too as well. So the other thing, of course, is your Lacey ambulance barn. I passed some drawings on to Jack or I will that we had developed over a couple of years to address that ambulance barn situation up there at Lacey. That's,
Have you visited that site? You might want to visit that. It's right behind the Christian church. It's just a garage converted. And it's kind of a disaster nowadays.
belongs to the Lincoln Township.
Right.
It belongs to the county. But it's got the old masonite siding, it's got soffit, it's got rodent issues, it's got
All kinds. Got adjoining
logistic issues
bedrooms.
with co-ed dorm type things going on. It really just needs to be fixed. The other part is that Dawson House over there is not on your list, but I think Jack's got approved some money to go in there and add a few walls and revamp it for mapping and appraisal. You want to add that to your list?
Yeah.
Dave, I don't know.
I jotted it down on here.
You got the LAPC committee, if you want to add it on there, as well as the RC&D. Like I said, it is not a really a commissioner, it has to be a commissioner function. There's several appointed individuals.
But there's some good things you've gotten out of it over the years by attending. I think it's important.
I got on the board because 2 or 3 people we appointed to just wouldn't show or wouldn't get involved over the years. And so I jumped on it, and it's been a fulfilling position to be in.
So thinking about changes coming up and getting into the new year, Jim will get sworn in second Monday in January, along with the rest of us that got elected this time. I have not talked to the judge, but I'll probably see if she could come over to swear us in.
All here?
Yeah.
That would be great if we
If
could
she
do that.
can, that'd be wonderful. If not, I can swear everybody else in, but I'm gonna have somebody swear me in.
Well,
So
is Judge Hart do that, or was it our judge, Judge Smith, or?
Johnson did.
Or Judge Johnson?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it's just anyone who's approved to administer oaths can do it.
I know.
I mean, any judge, or I can because I'm the county clerk. It's just I can't do it. Yeah, I think they could.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. But
Barbara,
I couldn't swear myself in, so I'd have to have somebody do that. But I'll work on getting that set up. Also, that is the day that we then reorganize the commission. So we'll need to choose a chair, vice chair for the year. And I didn't know if you guys wanted to discuss any of that ahead of time. We'll have to get some signature items lined out for checks and things like that. So it's helpful if I know ahead of time what we're doing on that. But that will be something that's voted on after Jim's on the commission. So obviously he doesn't have a vote at this point, but he will that day. So something to think about anyway, what direction we want to go with all that. I don't know what else there'd be at the moment to get ready for that.
One thing that I have what we need to do with is the current health department. What's our future plans with it? I mean,
We haven't decided. Maybe to sell it, be done with it.
If we could sell it
purpose.
to a private individual, that.
We offer to the back to the city, or offer to the city.
Yeah. If it goes to someone besides the city, it would get it back on the tax rolls too.
Yeah.
Someone might reach out to Frank to be interested. One time he did.
It even seemed like, our LC wanted to.
And I guess we're also into the year, I mentioned we probably are gonna have to do at least some type of claims run on that last day. If that's all we need, would you guys rather just do that by an email approval, or do you want to come in and actually meet? Or do you want to wait until next Monday and see what all we've got coming up and if we need to meet or not?
yeah, let's do that last one.
But we can talk about that next Monday. I really think we'll at least have some claims to approve. But that may be all we need to do that day.
Anything else?
Burton's here, he probably wants to.
You want to make a speech?
Always, of course, but I.
Gary, one of the things you mentioned earlier on that one purchase order, is that something we should talk about with Bert?
I have to, and it is, that money was for, conflict with those attorneys.
Okay, so we're fine the way we had it. I'm good.
Go ahead, Harry. Burton, you want to say anything?
No, like I said, just here, if you got anything for me, I'm
Hang out with us, huh? That's awesome.
hanging out.
I like it.
Staying educated.
Jackie, you got anything?
Don't ask him that. My God. Keeps
I
hearing
guess they,
around.
Burton, plan on being here the second Monday, first thing off the bat, and we'll get you sworn in.
I've got it on my calendar.
I'll bring a box of tissues in case you cry.
Bring it in.
All right, well, with that, I will make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Good deal.
He's talking about area on aging.
Not bad.
Could have
It's, uh,
Already?
I think I'm ready. It's going to be, for me, it's over in August, so it's been a long wait for me. So,
Okay.
but I'm ready.